It's an honor to finally meet you. We of the Garland Ironworks will be ferrying you and your contingent across the mountains into Garlemald. For many of us, it'll be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was our only most notable Imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Our resources are at your disposal, and if there's aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. If you're ready to depart, I will ready the engines.
Ilsabad, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly? On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius, the winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they are led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Mira, the Imperial Supply Depot.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Ishtola always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right. Once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
Assuming there's nothing else you wish to confirm, we may commence the mission as soon as you're ready.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
Two on the gate. That's it, on the carry.
Seven hells. This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point. Seven hells.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
A few moments later, at the rear of the Ilsabard contingent supply caravan.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but... Wait! Something's coming!
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
Fighters! Protect the others! A brief respite, but stay alert. Keep the carriages safe.
What impeccable timing! Fear not, friends! The savior of Ishgard is here!
A fine display, but the other carriages are still in danger. Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
We're the only ones still struggling. Time we put our backs into it then. I've been itching for a good scrap.
Big old bastards going straight for the carriage. Stop in an instant. Quick, run!
You lot all right back there? We're fine and ready for more. Hear that? Get to the front and turn the tide.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
That's for Gilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them!
I was wondering when you'd turn up. There's no stopping us now. Come on, let's show them what we're made of.
We have them now! Forward!
Here, I've been safe for time being. I think the team has to kill the enemy to do
Right! Let them have it!
Now it's done.
As a raging bull!
Car, Virgilia.
Do not fall behind! Is everyone all right?
Kneel or die!
More cards in my foot. Good, but we'll be overwhelmed. I will not fall so easy. These current worlds facing the ground. Morgan, quick, let's head to make way. The welter is moving across my none shall escape my chase. Now
tremble before the sun!
Adversary! Rest! Recover! Reclaim yourself! Then we will fight again! To the death! Sadu Hatun!
Magni.
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan? Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. "800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi, after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated. The chosen forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed, bitterly so.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
Shouldn't be long before we have a half-decent camp with so many helping hands. I was concerned that the snow might hinder our progress, but our Ishgardian friends are used to working conditions like these. In spite of the obstacles we faced, our plan proceeds apace. Just a little further and we'll reach the capital itself. Still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has been made to fit for purpose, we are to discuss a course of action with Lucia. We'd mind asking Ishtola and Graha to join us in the building northeast of the camp. Alice and I will join you there. A meeting? Yes, I'll make my way over there once so that my head is cleared. Truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with the palpable air of malevolence. 'Tis a monstrous tower on the horizon, jagged, hideous, unholy. Even at this distance, its presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I felt in the Tower of Zot, only far more terrifying. Either flows unceasingly towards it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping me to anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in a few moments. You should be pleased to know that most of the tempered have been recorded inside the nearby buildings are receiving treatment as usual. I do, however, feel no smarter amount of guilt for the commandeering civilian homes. Documents may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length of time that has clearly passed since, one would expect them to find the ransom. Strangely, there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It's possible that everyone fled at the first sign of trouble, though it seems to me that they left far too many useful possessions behind. Although there is no conclusive evidence, I suggest they were tempered. Sorry, I was only thinking aloud. You mentioned to me. I'll make my way there. Virgilia is in our care, along with the rest of the tempered. Glory to Garlemald, glory to Garlemald, they still whisper in their sleep, even as they writhe in pain. Rabban taught me a lot about military strategy during the exercises in the fringes. Coordinating units with wildly different capabilities, surveying and securing hostile terrain, that sort of thing. Now I have the chance to put his teachings into practice. We've asked the Ironworks members and some of our other comrades to stay with their airships. In the event we're discovered, we must be ready to move with them swiftly to a safe location. This is all that remains of Flatrim. Homes become empty husks. If this is the state of the outlying villages, I dread to think what's become of the capital. The tempered soldiers are sleeping soundly while they undergo treatment. There are too many to attend to at once, but I and the other healers will see to it all eventually. Hell's bells, this place is bloody freezing. Rather than being tied to a topmast and stormed and suffer this cold any longer. Anyone can spare a twig of rum? That'll sort me right out. Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. When everyone is here, we can begin.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city, for therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations. Of course, I will require a porksy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinists will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophoroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
'Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rhine. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
If there are any survivors, we will surely find them.
I have faith that you will, and look forward to greeting you on your safe return. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
Perception that the Guardians have lived their whole lives in snow, but it really wasn't that bad before the calamity. Afterwards, well, I was rarely more than a few paces from a raging fire. This dreadful place, on the other hand, is nothing but cold, cold, cold. It's my understanding that Ilzabard has always been this way. Gods, can you imagine? I never thought myself much of an explorer, though I suppose my adventures have taken me all sorts of places, strange and distant places. That a mind traversing an ice field should be something. Gods be good. If it's this cold with Jatara's clothing, I dread to think how it would fare without it. I must remember to thank her when we next meet. It makes me realize, too, that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, Even they'd be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of the houses. There are any survivors, so we must find them and quickly. So, it's into the Eblam Rhine we go. But where do we even start looking at such a place? What? Oh, James. Been given something to do, have you? As it happens, I've been too busy in order to make myself useful. Sounds like a rather tall order. Since you ask, we're to scour the Eblam Rhine for the survivors. What? Wander around the ice fields on the off chance you find some? It would take forever to finish the job without the benefit of my expertise, or specifically my telescope. Come, friends. I know just the spot to begin our search. I probably regret this, but I might as well humor him. Few buildings I can see don't appear to be residences. They may still want more investigation, however. I'm surprised how many wild beasts there are roaming about the place. Perhaps now that the soldiers got their free to wander and forage as they please. I spy with my little telescope. A massive sheep. What's that again? Oh, we're after, either way. Is that an ether current? Ah, no, just a wind spray. Other than that, it's all snow, snow, snow. Hello, what do I see over yon hillock? There's no mistaking it. That's a girl. Survivor, show me. Over there, behind that tree. Looks like she's running away from something, though surely not us. She would know why we're here unless you had a telescope like mine. Regan told us that she's wearing a pale green dress, a rather fetching one at that. She'll be long gone by the time we get anywhere near, but we should be able to follow her footprints. I'll let Lucio know where you're heading. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. Poor girl must be chilled to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death. That's actually very thoughtful. Thank you. But won't you need some for yourself? No, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands us do no less. And lest we forget, the very reason we're here is to protect those in need. Now, go and Godspeed. Why are you still here? If you dally any longer, you'll miss your chance to play the hero. According to the label here, this place was used by those involved in extracting ceruleum. We're getting closer, I'm sure of it. First, we thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look to have been open in some time. She might still be nearby, so we'll keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible that she ran right past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? The girl in the green dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. We recall it well for her from the assistance and might track wild beasts to your location. We still first get closer in, but you must do so without drawing her attention. This first person, I don't know if I can. I'm out on this site. Jeez. Who are you? Stay back. This house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. Please, we just want to talk. I'm Alvino. This is my sister Alice and our good friend Sarah. We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the ones responsible for all this. You did this to us. We didn't, I promise you. One of the few reasons we came was to find out what happened here, in fact. It's Alafroy are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald, and they won't stop until they've destroyed the entire world. They're the enemy. Our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made their thralls. The poor souls are now in our care, and we're striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we met who wasn't already enslaved. How are you able to escape the Alafroy's influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry. I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? My name's Licinia. I saw if I managed to stay sane. I've been asking myself the same question ever since that night, and the roar, that terrible roar, and then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure. I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran past friends, people I'd known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others went mad and violent. I saw them struggle with the soldiers, but didn't stay to watch. They fled as far as my legs would take me. Do you have family here? Is this their home? No, this is Victor's spoils, mansion for retired soldiers. Or it was, but now me and a few others are borrowing it. That's what they're supposed to say. I was making that up. Just wanted to keep everyone else safe, and I don't know if you were... The truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you'd help. Can you? Of course. Whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I'd better tell the others first, though. Wait here. This is everyone. Senior says he can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into our homes. Having said that, were you to provide us with the means of hitting the place as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word. That is to ask, then let us be. Don't know about firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide a spark with a little magic there, Lexi? We'll have the fire burning in no time. May we build under that gazebo? That what? Oh, you mean the bower? Yes, do as you will. Sorry, I'm still finding it hard to come to terms with all this happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked quite a step with all the running about, so I'll leave space around the fire for the others. As you can tell, they're in far worse shape than me. We're planning to look for someone warmer or with more food, without going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? Before the Civil War, I was a student. The others were officials of some sort, I think. Even after all this time together, we hardly know the first thing about each other. What I do know, though, is this. We're Garleans. When times are hard, we stick together no matter what. I can feel my fingers again. Oswald. Oswald. Food in my belly and it's on my heart. What that name knows is a decent meal. The food back at the camp, but there's the distance to consider. I could treat the frostbite in the wounds, but it'll take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of Emelian's tinctures, the ones that can warm the body from the inside out. Would you make sure everyone gets one? Numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies, it will return with a vengeance. Warming tincture. I've never heard of such a thing. No, I'm trying. But tell me, have you heard aught of the city? Though calling it that seems absurd after what's happened. It's nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from the wind and snow. Food production, water purification, the magic that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. What mechano that remained operational cannot be run for lack of ceruleum. Of course, ceruleum engines is full of stuff, but for all the good it does us. No one here knows the first thing about extraction and refinement. Well, yes, never better. What sort of libation is this? Is it poison by any chance? It was a joke. I laugh. Tis that I may not weep, so said the poet. Alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fell. We are the blessed damned, to bear witness to the fall of a great empire with our brethren lie dead, or live on its puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar. Then when morning came, Garlemald was no more. In a cacophony of gunfire, explosions and screams was a beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the disheveled remnants, the lavish finery caked in ash as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace. Each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, an offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, but only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I felt my health, I found my conscience preserved. Now I wait with my fellow cowards for our final judgment. What do you want? A tincture. Might as well drink it, I suppose. This is a radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it. Use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular. Made with 2 already components crafted with the finest ore, sourced from locust and modest as it is. Not that all that useful since the capital phone room. People at the broadcasting station see we have fled, end up like the others, because we all been hearing the same music being played over and over and over again. Home beyond the horizon. An ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Amanus. We may have founded an empire within these frozen wastes, but we always hope to take back what was once ours. 'Tis a solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varys yet lives, that he speaks through us to our radios. It's a cunning strategy, faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, let me here one day make his triumphant return. Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varys will not be defeated so easily. faith you will deliver us from this madness, Doretus. By your grace, Garlemald shall be reborn. Is there something that can be said about the Lord Amaline? It's not one to leave others at the mercy of the cold. Of course, being a man of Kurthus, I'm sure he is more than aware that most of his dangers, since that is not the only reason. Ever since the warm welcome he received at Camp Dragonhead, the hospitality he and his brothers afforded us has been nothing short of exemplary. Perhaps he aspired to live up to the example set by Lord Edmund. Many of our ancestors succumbed to the bitter cold when they first came to these lands, just as we are now. But with discipline and order, any obstacle can be overcome. When every man knows his duty and has held to account if he shirks it. Without a hierarchy, this is what we're reduced to. If you listen very carefully, you can hear it. The sound of my stomach eating itself. Or that it can devour my soul. What they need most. What's that? So this is what you gave the others. Thank you. I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Are you part of the group staying in Nitram? I saw Legatus and Virgilius, two troops heading towards Magna Glacies a few days ago. Are you the ones that you encountered? Camp Broken Glass, you call it. And Virgilia and her men are there now. So how did you reach the Magna Glacies? Did you cross the mountains on foot? Airships. Well, there might be a way to. Lycidia, where is everyone? Is something the matter? The voice from inside, he said, you must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby amnesty has found its way into the house. It shouldn't be the first time. Without soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some been known to attack people too. I've just had an idea. If you and yours get strong enough to defeat the Legatus, then surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tappers living there, people whose job was extracted earlier. They still do, from what we can tell. I've tried asking if they would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange, lots of food. And that's something we don't have and can't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach the den, we have to make our way past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We'd only need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. The offer still stands, that is. Oh, I don't expect you to give up all your own supplies, but there might be another way to pay the tappers. It's the ceruleum you need. Ceruleum you shall have. Thank you so much. To reach Tapper's Den, you'll have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person weight, but if you'd rather not take the risk, you'll need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance can be a bit tricky too, so it's easier to just look for someone standing guard outside. If you decide to head there, please be careful. I'm not sure what else tappers might need besides provisions, though I dare say that capable fighters like yourself can offer them other forms of compensation. Calling dangerous beasts, that sort of thing. Who goes there? How did you find us? What do you mean I stand like this horse though? Pure bloods over those spoils had to get away location. You never have found us. Stuck up arseholes. Thought they could come wild to in here and demanding Cerulean with nothing offered ever return. Ha! So they boots on the other foot now with it, now that on the other foot now the capital's got shit. So they resorted to sending you to negotiate. I know your game, Sellsword. I think they will give intimidation. We've got another thing coming. Please, please don't be intimidated. Am I dead yet? There you are. Just after you left, Lucinia asked me to go catch up with you, in case you needed a hand. Someone must have slept that villa experience transporting barrels to Cerulean. So this is Tappa's dad. Well then, after you. Who are you? What happened to the guards? Eodor, is the rebels here to save the people of Garlemald? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why the hells would you pass up with this chance to put the Imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess, none of you are Garlean. You were brought here from other lands. Girabania, Yanxia, Bosnia, Damascus, to name but a few. Some dragged here against our will, others fed bullets about a better life, all to work extracting Cerulean. All given to the esteemed title of I, placing us firmly at the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing in the new Garlemald, so to speak. But the only thing that has escaped, more or less escaped, is Cerulean engines. Still sustaining us, even with our paymasters out of the picture. We hear you're experts in drawing up Cerulean from the bottom of the lake. But how can you do that if it's frozen over? Ha! What did you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if Cerulean is used much these days, but with the city in ruins. We take enough power to power heaters and save the supplies for later. And though it helps stave off the cold, it does sod all about hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent that we've got Cerulean by the barrelful. If they're interested, we'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. We'll certainly ask. If you're all free to go now, why carry around living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we manage to get back to our homelands, there'd be nothing left for us, thanks to the Empire. And the knowledge and skills required working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we're staying for the time being. As long as there's a need for a Cerulean, we'll find a way to get by, even if Garlemald as we knew it is gone for good. Gone for good. If you're wondering why we post guards outside, it's because we've had trouble with other refugees, and I don't mean the ones that victor spoils. Some of them will come bearing weapons, and we won't take no for an answer. As for the two guards who are out of the way, and I'll tell them what we discussed once they've recovered from the beating they gave them. Come to think of it, maybe we should ask the condition to send some bandages and healing balm. Regardless of what the else of our contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be a costly celebration, while for others, the whole way of life upside down. All because, after all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it is for the best to be consigned to history. For what of the ordinary people, their lives, their stories? Should they be forgotten too? Suppose there'd be plenty of time to ponder that for later. For now, let's see about getting some cerulean. So, you've come seeking cerulean now. What? Those purebloods up at Victor's spoils sent you. To turn their enemies to hell, there must be more wretched than I thought. Then again, Licinia's got her little sister to think about. A sister, but we only saw Licinia and the 3 men. It's possible she died before whatever was ailing her. She needs treatment. I doubt there'd be any way to get her around here. I may have refused Licinia at first, thinking she'd come back with some exchange, but I can spare them a bottle's worth of cerulean. Considerable reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear? I can't for the life of me think why Licinia would keep her sister a secret from us. We can ask her about that after we deliver the sword. Come on, let's hurry back. I don't know a lot of the details, but she mentioned his sister for years during her junior course of war. That being the case, I thought her people would be willing to call up some supplies in exchange for cerulean. Maybe they didn't have anything after all. Too quiet. Thought Alfna would still be treating them by the fire, but there's no one to be seen. Looked inside the house. I'll look inside the house while you search outside. They can't have gone far. They asked me to help them carry supplies, but when I followed them here, they attacked me. Caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. Afraid they fared rather worse than me. You can't fool us. We know what you're about. Vultures, that's what we are, waiting in the wings for us to show weakness. Then you swoop. Here to help what rot? All aboard to make us lower our guard. Let you in. Put yourselves at ourselves at your mercy. Put us in chains. Steal our lands. Get your revenge. You're wrong. That's not what any of us want. Save the arguments till later. We've got bigger problems. Found empty medicine bottles in a bed that was still warm. It's true, the city was having a sick sister inside the house. And now there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? I'll wait for you and yours. If you think I tell you you're full, I'll never give up my people. We're trying to help them, you idiot. Her sister's ill. The empty bottles prove it. So the medicine ran out, or she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry. Or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How could you let them go out all alone? To protect them from you. You invade our homeland, tainted with the same sorcery you used to slay our countrymen. Garland should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better to them to flee, keep their purity intact, than be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for the chance to free them since the moment you arrived. This is getting us nowhere. I cannot see how Lucini and her sister will act when we find them, we must. Go on without me, both of you. I need to first tend to my injuries and theirs. I will join you in your search after. Alright, be careful. We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. Rob of our lands, rob us of our pride. No, I'll not allow it. Best to die free than live in servitude and shame. The girls hate the same. I'll phone as soon as I can. As soon as I give them the basic treatment, I'll take the men inside the house and use a light sleeping jam to help them rest. Sure, they don't cause any more trouble. Sorry, but there's something I must do. Just as the French footprints. Young woman judging by the size. It's definitely them. Come on. To the chosen route as to not to leave footprints. Can't think of another reason. This place is crawling with beasts. I can only imagine how hard it must be for our ancestors to cross the ice. We could really do with Alvino's help, but we cannot afford to wait for him. Let's better look for clues. knows whoever dies along this end. Blood staining in the snow appears to be fresh. Judging by the amount, the victim may have been severely wounded. Trail of blood leads southeastwards. Two bodies are already cold.
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked. No. Why? Why wouldn't they?
Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have... We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold. I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand, so I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. that we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
There must have been something we could have done. But what? Should we never have come here? Would they still be alive if we hadn't? Just talk things over. It's too late now. Too late by far. We've already caused enough harm here. Let's return to the camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them. Someone who isn't us. All we can do now is to make a report to Lucia and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. So let's linger here no more. Go. We mustn't forget to summon some of our allies to Tapper's Den. We still owe them for the bottle of cerulean. Would you mind giving Lucia a full report? Given that their temper is proceeding well as can be expected. Is there anything to report, you be sure to know, but I gather that we want to deliver. Something the matter. Too many look loud as orders, and you seem to be a bit off. Forgive me for staying, but the three of you look rather drained since your return. It's not odd. I might do to be of assistance. Edison and Alpha tell me they furnished the preliminary search of survivors, but refrain to saying much more than that. Only they are reluctant to provide details. I asked for your account.
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Populares, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the Third Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvis is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the First Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory. And that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varus giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
Varus spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends! I must speak with you! A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
I'm not using restraint.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Iulus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
What would your mother say if I let you go by yourselves?
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
A couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
I worry, though they were not in the best state of mind to volunteer for this undertaking, but what is done is done. I know you will take good care of them, and yourself as well, I trust. They are resilient to the face of hardship. You as well. Good intention and stubborn determination alone will not be enough to bring our mission to a successful conclusion. Be on your guard. Iulus Pier Nobanus. It is unusual for one so young to achieve such a high rank. Very unusual. His uniform identifies him as a member of the First Legion, which has a particularly fierce reputation. Whoever is his superior may be advised to approach him with caution. We captured the boy as he was about to make off that food. He must be very hungry to take such risks. Maybe we should give him something to eat. We will reward him for his boldness. My lowly task of keeping watch over provisions would normally befit not normally befit the sun. But these being unusual circumstances, I will let no man take which is not my right theirs. Said your farewells, have you? Perhaps it is unwise to volunteer for missions so soon after the previous disaster. Nevertheless, I shall not squander this opportunity. I know, let's go bring back the senior or her sister. Take the same risk, make the same mistakes. It's possible, but better to try to give them every time. You will be received as invited guests, so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourself accordingly. Your safe return takes precedence above all else. Remember this. Thancred in particular will be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the Fury watch over and keep you. Are you and the children ready? I'll explain the route once you are outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I would expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. As I said before, I think we could be quite the warrior, but rest assured he only has your best interests at heart. Where do you think the headquarters are? I assume there are a few others beside him and his commander he mentioned. We will do it only as instructed. After all, this is what we've been striving for ever since we arrived. Alright, this is far enough. Listen carefully. Head over that hill, then follow the road until we reach Liminal Station 4. Children in the lead, I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Alisani's Alphino, and last but not least, there's Sarah. Sarah, where have I heard that before? No matter, Alphino and Alisane will watch the road ahead while we ring up the rear. I wasn't lying when there were many dangers, so you're to run, not saunter, run towards the station. If you ever think about going for your weapons, the deal's off. Should any creatures bar the way, we'll go around them. Ready to make a dash for the station. Over that hill, right? This must be the road you mentioned. If you follow this, it should lead to the station. Another easy surface to run on. We better not draw attention. That's the station, I presume. Nothing like the ones in Danaland. We're here, I think. This is it. The first stop, that is. Good. Looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No, we're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you kept your decided bargain, we can carry on. North of the station is Reggio Domorum, one of the main residential areas. Or at least it was. Afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll tear us to shreds if given the chance. Keep close, no wandering up. Understood? What sort of conditions Euless and his comrades are living in? If you have any sense, they'll pick somewhere like the Victor's Royal to take shelter. Getting close to the Imperial Palace, if one can still call it that. Truly is a terrifying sight to behold. From here we'll be heading northeast, keeping it to the left of the railway. While the route itself is straightforward, getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. They would attack their own countrymen. Aye, they spared their own, but slaughtered the rest without hesitation. Though we'll try to avoid detection, the chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. I will lead the way, but in the event we are seen, you are to fight them off. Those who will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. While I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back, I want to take the chance. With that said, let us proceed. Go, death. Perfectly capable of holding our own. We must stay alert. See why your comrades chose you. Euless, our contingent has a cure for afflicted, or tempered as we call them. People will immediately take into custody that we may administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. That's so. For all I know, your treatment would simply force them to forsake one master for another. As far as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people. They're beyond saving. Those who have thought differently and tried to reason them with them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. Do much better bear this burden alone. Looks like we're not being followed. We will continue onward. surest way to limit casualties is to reach our destination without drawing attention to ourselves. Perhaps afterward we can try to convince Euless that the timber can be saved. He truly believes there's nothing that can be done for them. No wonder he's afraid to get his hands dirty. I meant what I said. These people deserve only death. I stayed my hand up before only out of desire to remain undiscovered. And that is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the right way. Transformation is likely irreversible. Do you think they were once ordinary people? Look what they become. Would you still stand there and claim they could be cured? Those exposed to a vast quantity of primal ether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Then you admit it. Now that you have seen these monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you will think twice before speaking of a cure. Even here in the outskirts, it's plain to see how vastly Garlemald is compared to the other cities. Oh, I wish there were another way. Thank you for keeping us from harm. We're almost there. You have kept your side of the agreement, so I'll keep mine. This way. This is Tertium, one of Garlemald's largest stations. Now serves as a headquarters. Or I've sent the twins ahead. I will be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. I had no idea they had such expansive structures built underground. It's plain to see why they chose this as their base of operations. They could have done it a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed, if Euless is willing to make the perilous journey to get broken glass in search of food, then also supplies must be all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but they're still brutally cold. Much like Victor's spoils, it must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices. While you're here, maybe hereby as my guest, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in the locomotive over there. Still looks the part. Now comes your true test. I will deal with you in a moment.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Vankina, Legatus of the First Legion.
The First? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our Emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and Empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter. You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock. Stop. Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed. Even if she allowed herself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If she refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such... For?
The coldest, blackest of nights, meager though it may be, we must share the warmth of our fire.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be. You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
To remind myself not to touch it, even if it's just the edge. I'd rather not set it off by accident. Anyway, enough about that. That's not what we get from the refugees. When I take it more than a trifle such as this to deter us. Compared to what most people have suffered in recent days, these colors are minor inconvenience. As per Lord Quintus' instructions, I am to supervise you during your time here in Tertian. If you ask, no, I don't have a key, nor any other to remove your collars, nor would I tell you if I did. If you try anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. So, did you truly intend to speak with the others, or was that merely a ruse? We are in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus, if that's what you mean. Or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decision. Do as you will, but remember, I will be watching. If I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick people into turning the coats and the like, those shot collars will be the least of your worries. Understood? Though we're somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity. Let's just end up spitting up and learning what we can of this situation. Above all else, don't use magic or of any sort. You, on the other hand, may go to work so however you wish, even outside the camp. I know for a while I couldn't stop you if I tried. But do not forget, if you do anything to danger us or our interests, Alpha and Alice will pay the price. You heard what I said. Do not make me right. Don't make me repeat myself. You came with Euless, didn't you? Whatever business you brought here, you'd best keep your hands off that aetherite. It's deactivated. I'd rather you didn't mess about with it. There are others throughout the city, built by Garleans for Garleans. Could teleport all over in a blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. It says, however, we use the aetherite's power to keep the place lit, though that comes at the cost of its normal function. Oh, it's you, Sarah Eaton. I served under Lord Gaius under the 14th Legion. I was there on the night that the Praetorium fell. You and your adventurers, you killed them, my comrades, my friends. Some of them inside in the dozens as though they were nothing to you. And maybe I am too, just another faceless enemy to cut down. But we belong to our countrymen return, until you get what you deserve. Mark my words. I was ready to abandon all hope until I saw you. You, soon, very soon, will make you all pay for every life you've taken. So cold. I know who you are. The so-called champion of ARs. Come to gloat after. I'll wipe that smirk off your face. By the blood of all our fallen compatriots, I swear. Ugh! Damn, tore the sutures. Of all the times, The worst of the lot, within striking distance, I can't even muster the strength. If it weren't for the third bleeding us, it would be the end of you. Virgilia's treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus' life, but we made our escape. Took shelter in the mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike back at men. Nightfall, we gathered around the radio, then the roar, the terrible roar. The capital was in chaos, but we were spared. If you call this a mercy, mind intact with body broken, soldier and name alone. I'll cut you down where I stand if I could. Murderer. How must pain Lord Quintus to see a proud legion reduced to this? My suffering, my regrets, they're nothing compared to this. Same models they use Victor spoil. I see the same soldiers here for me to work. So cold, and probably hasn't had a meal, proper meal in days. If I could have brought some food with us, but perhaps I could use a little mashed. No, mustard. God, this is so frustrating. Did you learn anything of note? The new findings are consistent with my own. The plight is desperate indeed. Sick and injured are greatest risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, I fear they will soon perish. I realize there's precious little we can do for them at present, but I can't bear to see them suffer. Brett, please, will you help me tend to them? There are several people in the next carriage I have yet to speak with. Could you start there? Who is that? My eyes. They can't see that well. Thank you. The nemesis subsided a little. I know it won't much last longer. You should look to the others who can still fight. Give them my ration. If me going hungry, seeing someone else lives to see another day, so be it. At least I can still serve that way. So those you meant Fenrir are better. I was afraid you'd say that. I know we're word against meddling in their affairs, but we can't leave them like this. Perhaps we might gain permission to have the contingent deliver supplies. Quintus may have his feelings on the matter quite clear, but we must recognize they are in a position to refuse him. Maybe Eulis could persuade them. Though, we need to persuade Eulis first. Well, seen enough. Eulis, the people have barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? We've been scavenging provisions from nearby houses, as most families kept some stored away in the event they were snowed in. Still going out and getting it's dangerous work, and we've got a lot of mouths to feed. Fuel is a greater concern, though. We had some cerealium set aside until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been other refugees or one of the other foot for all we know. Either way, we're down to the last dregs. Without the heating they need, those in poor health are only going to get worse instead of better. If it's cerealium we need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. We will not accept your charity. If we can hold on a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Aye, everything will change. One of your colleagues mentioned something along those lines. Heard something of it, have you? Well, someone I've seen is little you can do to interfere, so it's not a harm in telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted, or the bastards who were slow all service of the Tilafel. Then he made his way inside the Imperial what stands in its place. Identify this as you see the enemy's tower, realized. Lord Quintus dispatched messages to the 10th Legion saying as much, instructed them to join forces with provincial legions. Prayerfully provided some of them to Lawful. Once our allies arrive, your contingent will be sent running for the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. And how do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before regulars will reach Garland. We need help now. Say the word and we will bring this around. I will speak with you. Did he agree to it? No, he will not place Gollum on the dead of our enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for Cerulean outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Very well. After all, many hands make light work. You're a lot of more trouble than you're worth. Once we're outside, you will follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. Without our healing magics, there's little we can do for these people beyond offer words of encouragement. But this way we'll be able to offer them tangible assistance. Although there's hardly the solution we had in mind, it will have to suffice for the time being. We will begin our search for Cerulean in Reggio Urbanissima. The first location is the Forum Solus, a park to the northwest of the station. You have to remain close at all times and act only as ordered. Follow me. This is the place. This is Macabre graveyard of a park that was once a park. So this is the park. I'm surprised they found the space for one amongst all these buildings. Actually, the recreational areas came first. The houses were later built around them. A healthy society requires communal spaces for children to play and adults to socialize. This park was named after the founding father of the Empire. the great Solus Galvus. To become extracted solely from the wrecked Magitech armor. No, we already drained it dry. Same goes for the rest of the Machina in the vicinity. But as Cerulean has been stolen, you must scour the city for every last drop. Well, I don't expect to find anything here. I decided to try one more time in case something has been overlooked. I see. Then with your permission, we'll commence the search. I don't imagine there would have been a need for Magitech in a park vault places. But then again, I wasn't raised in Gaul. We may have their uses for Cerulean that I've yet to consider. Appears to have been some sort of symbolic meaning related to this park. Even though this place is named after Solus, it doesn't seem to be a statue of less than maybe it was once a fountain. Maybe the man himself used to say, not the one matter if you knew, but I can't have the water. I can't have the water. Oh, it's you. Any luck? There's no sign of any cereal. Oddly surprising, but disappointing nonetheless. I couldn't help noticing you gazing at the pond. Is something the matter? What? Yeah. No, I mean, no. It's just, I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated to stop it from freezing over, so like all the children, we just had to wait in and splash about. But it would stay there if I didn't drag it out. It would be sopping wet when it was all said and done. Every time. Every time we get home, Mother was following a sentence. Thing would catch a cold walking around like that. The pond was heated. Was the cerulean powder heater by chance? I suppose it must have been. Come to think of it, I remember seeing the engineers changing our tank beneath the hatch. That was a long time ago, when the water still flowed clear and wasn't this brackish muck. I can't see a thing, and I can't remember where the hatch might be. With the machinery most likely broken, the amount of filth in there probably still the only reason it hasn't frozen over. The wind should still be barely cold, though. Ulysses, what are your thoughts on magic? The average Gauling would jump out of the skin if they saw it, but first I say a few foreign signifery and medici, so it doesn't scare me. Then I take it you won't mind if I employ a little now. Alfredo, you have the knack for finding dry wood. Why don't you bring me some? Once that's done, a blast of verifier should do the trick. Leave it to me. Of course I am. Take this into the kitchen itself. It's nothing so involved as extracting the processing cerulean from the frozen lake. I like how the tap is stood. We're talking about a shallow pond in a park, and we have a way of warming ourselves up after. But that's insane. So fancy a dip? If you're concerned about my well-being, you can dive in and help you look. We'll quickly find the cerulean, the sooner we can get out of here. Right. I hope you're dead. That's it. And there's still some cerulean left. Ah, the fire's not ready. Hold on, I'll give Alpha no hand. Hold on by the fire I am reborn. And my clothes are mostly junk. Appreciate you covering this early, but I wish you had taken the time to discuss a plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated, Lord Quintus's eyes, you'd still be envoys and deserving of protection. If you were to die on my watch, he would be most displeased. Your concern is duly noted, but all is well that ends well. Ulysses, you mentioned coming here with younger siblings. Did you grow up in Galmald? I did, not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contributions the Empire awarded an estate. Lived well, better than many. What was Galmald like in those days? Everything. It was everything you can imagine, and so much more. Even during the coldest winters, we always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat, and sitting down for a hot meal with family. Visiting friends and relatives, receiving that same welcome, knowing they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing the lights in all the houses, hearing the faint sounds of laughter and song, of happiness. And all those summers came and went all too quickly. In that brief respite, the ice would melt and the forgotten grass make its triumphant return. Gray clouds gave way to blue skies. Some mornings we climbed to the top of the tallest building we could find and watched the sun rise. Never again. Those rough drops of rubble, those friends dead, and those memories. If I could reclaim a fraction, even a fraction of what we once had. Soon our chance will come. Just need to hold on a little longer. Owing to the wealth of experience I've accrued during gathering firewood, and was even able to provide you with some basic pointers on the subject. I thought it might be help further to build a rapport and distract him from his other concerns. Well, at least my clothes are fine dry, though they could do with a proper wash. Alright, now that you've recovered from your escapades on the pond, there's another location I'd like to search just outside the park. Everything was built on an enormous scale with thick, cleanly cut stone, much like Amara. Even though what we now know, such similarities are no coincidence. Magna appears to be patrolling into the area on its own volition. I wonder whether it's simply following its original orders or if it now serves to lawful. As you can see, this place is littered with the remnants of various types of war magna. All my comrades and I were recovered the tanks from the less damaged units. Those that took more severe beating are harder to scavenge. I decided to save those for another time, that time being now. Rather than prize them apart piece by piece, we will quickly remove the powder case and using compact explosives. Luck will gain access to the tapes of the program. The force generated by these devices as well as a leak will require you to stand well clear to avoid being hit by any shrapnel. Before even bothering though, you should check the mechanism cerulean gauge to see if there's any left. It should still provide an accurate reading even when the unit itself is inactive. The gauge is broken, I'll need to decide whether to use it explosive. Should you need more, come to me. Understood, let's get to work. So, it's supposed to give you, yes? Remember to check the cerulean gauge before attempting to remove the outer casing. More here. If I ran out of explosives spared any, but tomorrow's another story. I can't afford to waste my units with nothing offers, so be sure to check the gauge first. Orcs was. Wait, is that what I think it is? You've done it again. Truly luck is on your side. This we should be able to refuel quite a few of our healers. So we headed back. But here we'll go see how Alice and Alpha are faring.
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we? Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen. After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of us scouts follow you at a discreet distance. We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything. The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development, and perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. Brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile. It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us. My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question. Will they ever escape this cold? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Eula spoke?
Finished your war, Council?
Alphino and Alizé are to stay here, as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil. Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Everything will be alright. Have faith.
Get them out of here.
Alphino and Alice will be fine, provided they do not resist. You will accompany me back to your camp, where I will meet with your leader and present Lord Quintus's demands. Before we depart, however, there is something I would ask of you. Assuming your contingent complies, the supplies that they surrender will need to be transported here. That task falls to Legionnaires Marsilianus and Octavia, who will pilot Magitech Armor to your headquarters. You are to inform them that we are leaving shortly. Tell them to ask the ill for the details, in those words. Once you see to that, meet me by the exit. You again. Ask the ill, you said. So, that's the way to be. That should be the way of it. All of this. How ironic that you should be the one to deliver the news. If those are my orders, then so be it. For the glory of God. What do you want with me? Ask the ill. So Lord Quintus has reached a decision. I know he would understand it, that he would recognize this savage as a ruthless, merciless creature. To defeat him, we too must be uncompromising. I am ready. In the name of Emperor Varys, for the girl of Garmold, I will fulfill my duty. There's only so much more I can do until we're able to procure more enemies. I gotta safely move the injured, and what little provisions we do have are spent both keeping us warm and the survivors warm. You've done as instructed. Their duties involve more than transportation supplies, don't they? Duty is rarely a simple thing. We have been given additional orders, though whether we be required to follow them depends entirely on our contingent. You and I are in this together now. Like it or not, we have to cooperate. There is one other matter. There's an active visit on the way to your camp. It's a short walk from here. Follow me. Give me a moment, please.
This is my home. Our home. At least it was until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate. When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to. I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. I promised. The Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center, the blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us? I'm sorry, forget I spoke. We should go.
It's no use. Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But she wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do. So cold. Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people, one race cleansed of imperfections. A cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos. Searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance. I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics. To see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand. To refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Thank you, Alice.
The scouts have secured Alizé and Alphino. Their collars were removed without complication as well. They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
It would appear the situation has changed. I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Push!
More are coming! Make ready!
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return!
Stop! Both of you!
This child may be the worst emissary I have ever seen.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Lies! Every word!
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision. Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you. I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity. We are ghosts, you and I, memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
resist. Much more has occurred since we last met. As for determining what comes next, we must speak with Lord Quintus. Before we proceed, tell me what you know of the First Legion and the disposition of their forces. They were preparing for war while refugees in their care were left to go hungry. A reckless, short-sighted plan that risked the welfare of the people they sought to protect. Nevertheless, we cannot compel them to accept our aid. When we arrived in force with the intent to do so, we would only incite panic. Things like we were sorry to follow order. Go with your list back to the station and have them lead the refugees here. Some that may be unwilling or unable to leave. For the time being, I'll take what I can get. I often know Alice and the scouts sent to extricate them should have already be at the station. I'll also have unarmed comrades in the area to lend some of their support should it be needed. Understood. I will have food and bedding prepared for the refugees. Getting them here safely, however, is my immediate concern. Just what I've been looking for. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Rimanol of Ishgard, in charge of the arrangement in Tapas Den, you see. However, the very first of the tappers who come during Cerulean has asked quite a lot of us, so if I do say so. They wish our help for getting Unterra Platform G up and running. The very same platform that's been the head of the Imperial's primary entry pipeline. What's more, he's a Garlane now. It's convinced that only the engineering stuff in Tapas Den of conquered territories. In any case, I'm not qualified to judge the motives of the man. I'd feel much more at ease if I had someone else of your experience helping me to make the call. And thank you for your willingness to assist. Let's go and speak with the tapper in question then. Is a man by the name of Appius. I suppose he must be the friend that Remember what I need to finish. You have my thanks for getting him to agree to my proposal. Do not misunderstand, I have yet to agree to any such thing. I merely wanted someone else to be present during our talk. Very well, though I do believe my proffered deal would be a boon to us and the Ellsworth contingent alike. I used to work with a new Terra part for GC, and I know most about the facility and its operation. That may be so, but your relationship with the facility notwithstanding, why should Garland such as yourself be taking refuge in Tapas Dan? We've been led to believe that the former workers decided to go from other territories. You're right on the technicality. I was a supervisor rather than typical staff. When the platform went down, it seemed only right to stay with my group. I always thought we were close, but living alongside them in Tapas Dan hasn't made me realize that them and their skills were granted. And that's to say nothing of the blind eye in terms of their struggles. That's why I came to you. It's high time I be of some real use to them, and to everyone else if we're lucky. If we manage to get the platform back in working order, I'll dramatically increase our capacity to pump in reflex early for everyone in the region. Sadly, for more than a few hands short of a full workforce, not to mention the lack of supplies. Which is precisely where you come in. To help us get things up and running, and again, you have your share of Cerulean coming out of the grid. You couldn't come up with a more mutually beneficial arrangement if you tried. So he says, what do you think? Seems trustworthy to me. Yes, believing that I was saying myself, and telling what he says about the potential benefits is true. Nevertheless, I doubt the higher ups is sent to this. I suppose it's how it goes when you're dealing with military types. For what it's worth, I do understand the hesitancy to throw a lot with someone from a hostile nation. Thus, part 2 of my proposal. I shall do you a service to prove myself worthy of the contingent's trust. had a look around the fringes of your camp before you arrived and spotted a few cerulean engines that need repair. If I fix them up, your superiors will have no reason to suspect I want to see you driven out. Less reason in the case. Assessing you as the local technology would go a long way. That said, I've not heard anything of the cerulean engines or even scavenged breaking down. It's not as if they're entirely useless yet, but I guarantee they're not running as they should. Give me the opportunity to have them work more efficiently and safe. You're welcome to accompany me while I do so. That way you can make sure that it will get updated consistently, and vouch for me with your superiors. I have no objections. I trust you will sense anything amiss. Let us begin with the proper inspection. You get to work as soon as you're ready, Sarah. My apologies for dragging you to this, but I do appreciate the help. Keeping an eye on him when you go to inspect those engines. Although the ultimate objective is to get the engines set running at full capacity, the purpose of the inspection is to work out what parts we'll need. However, I'd hate to fumble something and be accused of sabotage, so I appreciate if you could be the one to lace the hands of the devices. Never fear, I'll be right behind you, telling you what to look for. If you inspect, say, 3 of them, we should have a decent idea what needs repair. Lead the way. Chilling, but I've got some great deals on rare items that are sure to warm the cockles in your heart. Last we returned our bright-colored gemstones. What do you say? Thank goodness, the 10th Legion decided to sue for peace when they did. I've been spared more senseless bloodshed, which is the last thing anyone, including the First Legions. From the perspective, though, the promise of reinforcements is the last hope, and now they have no choice but to capitulate to the invaders. We will prove to them that all is not lost, and we yet stand a chance of casting out the Talafroi. Even with their empire in ruins, the Guardians have not lost the will to fight. Their strength shall serve in the days to come. There is yet life in this cold soil. It was such a grave error not to post sentries farther up from the camp. Had we seen the Guardians sooner, we could have slain them long before the truce was called. They engaged us on their own free will and deserve to die warriors' deaths. Even so, I had forgotten why we are here. I have not forgotten why we are here, and I will stay my hand. For now. Just returned from guarding the airships, and now I've got to keep an eye on all the captured Imperials. A bit of a chit-chat will help lighten the mood. When the Imperials charged upon us, we were able to avoid any serious injuries on either side. Truth, most Guardians were no condition to fight. Sunken eyes, hollow cheeks. It must have been a long time since they had a decent meal. I am sure they will be much more amenable to conversation with food in the bellies. News regarding the 10th came shortly after you first left for the Euless. From that, we were able to deduce the first was somewhere within the capital. We were, however, only able to verify this once you had made contact with them. Praise be to your deft hands. I have no idea where the next step ought to be, though perhaps it would be best to prize Rimanov on progress first. Our engines. Alas, I fear that each of one of those we examined are guaranteed to break down sooner or later if you continue using them in the current state. Surely you jest. I swear on my integrity as an engineer. You are in dire need of instruction at the proper operation of cerulean engines. You saw the little lamp which light up when you touch the switch, yes? Correct. That illuminates when it is an issue with an engine. They were switched off for water fuel and when someone was abandoned, no doubt, which prevented them from burning out, only that the free solid area you thought we could turn them on. To state their end, I can only assume that they'd incur you to warm them up first. I noticed you have heating technology of your own, but it will do you no good should the powers engine power to break then break the world. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain from my assistance. I am a machinist when the proposal claims himself, and what you said sounds plausible enough. Very well, on behalf of the camp, I formally ask you to prepare the cerulean engines. I suppose that means I will be taking responsibility if anything goes wrong, so you may as well use your own two hands this time. That's the spirit. I knew you'd come around. It is comfort to see thee none for the worse for thy recent ordeals. Oh, perhaps I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. There's been a development. Perhaps you had best see it for yourself. What are you doing back here? Where are the Euless and the others? Sarah and Euless. We arrived just before you did, and too late. Too late for what? What happened? It's Lord Quintus. He took his own life. For news about the 10th, he relieved us of our duties. Then, when he was alone, he... No, he wouldn't. Bagger and the others assisted the soldiers that I've seen to the remains. In due course, the Shadow Legate is to be afforded a proper burial. He released us from our duty. He wanted us to be free. Free to choose our own fate. Got him to guide us where I've just this moment spoken with Lucia. We're ready to commence with the transfer of refugees here to Camp Broken Glass, should they be willing to accept our aid. Some would rather die. But most of us just want to live. Songs and standards be damned, but we just want to live. We need to speak with the refugees. They'll have to decide for themselves if they wish to come with us. If anyone would prefer to stay, we can have supplies brought over for them. It'll be a hard journey for the others, but we'll see they reach our camp safely. He's not alone in that either. It's comforting having someone to follow, someone to lead. Move the roads covered, don't you worry. Things might be chaotic out there, but just take it as slow as steady as all you can, alright? Get out of my ear, will you? I'm exhausted. The last thing I need to do is eating on your children. Just the rock in the storm. And now we're with a leader with that direction. Nevertheless, we must live on, even if that means concerning with our former enemies. Well, what do you want? Tell me about yourself. I am Decimus, sent you under the First Legion. It's my sworn duty to defend Garlemald from barbarians such as you. And your very presence here is an affront to my honor. What kind of place is this? This is Tertium, third among the stations that encircle the city. The decommissioned carriages here now serve as the First Legion's temporary base of operations. It's also been a safe haven for those fleeing the turmoil that has befallen the capital. With the scant supplies we have distributed among the civilian and soldier alike, we strive to maintain some semblance of order in these dark times. Our true objective, however, is not to merely survive or to claim our home. We have no time to deal with you or your band of savages. And if you dare interfere in our affairs, we will not hesitate to cut you down. I know not how to offer encouragement or solace to those poor souls. But safe passage to the camp need, they'll gladly oblige. Still trying to get this ether working again. If nothing else, we might be able to reach another part of the city to scavenge provisions. There isn't any word of comfort we offer. I feel like I'd like to fall on deaf ears. We're but strangers from foreign lands, perhaps in their eyes the very cause of the suffering to begin with. Nevertheless, we mustn't give up. It was only a dream, wasn't it? Do you think we could reclaim it? Build it all ourselves? For this all began. I sent my wife and daughter away to the provinces. If there's a chance I might see them again, I'll take it. So take me. Take me with you. Please. Well, got the atheist sorted out in the end. Well, it took us a few adjustments, and now it works as well as it ever did. But I can tell the one in that term is also functioning as well. That's what Elon is staying, isn't it? Now most of us are packing up and leaving this place. Rather than being more use for me and my skills over here again. Everything's gonna be alright now. Employing healing magics now wouldn't have likely invite catastrophe, as thou canst attest for thy experience of victor spoils. The Gallians are our ability to manipulate ether with the same suspicions as many Aorsians do magic tech. It's you. When you created me. Who treated me with such kindness? I heard from the others you're not from around here. Thought you were one of us. Not that it makes much of a difference now. Purebloods, migrants, savages. After all the mad words started to lose meaning, until I left you with anger and fear and hate. I'm too tired. If you and yours have come to offer aid, I'll be glad to accept. Best not to dwell on it. Nothing more there's work to be done. Why? We have much to discuss. I'll rescue the attacking Camp Broken Glass. What we'd hope to talk about with Quintus. But all that can wait. More urgent matters demand our attention. Are there any refugees willing to come to our camp? Leave the 12. You and I should go first and secure the route back to the camp Broken Glass. With all the creatures in temperate skulking about, I expect we'll have our hands full. This should come in handy. Conqueror's chain, courtesy of our limits and friends. I'd save it for the temperate. I'll mark a few points that need surveying on your map. Once you've taken care of the riffraff, we'll meet back at our camp. I will stay with the refugees and do what I can to protect them. Well, I have no doubt about you and Thancred will do a fine job clearing the path. We must ever be vigilant for threats that may have slipped the net. He's a little boy with hair similar shade to mine. He's my son and I can't find him anywhere. All started when I told him we ought to seek refuge in your cabin, and he started wailing and sobbing like I'd never seen. Next thing I knew, he was running hell for leather goodness knows where. I'm worried he may have left the station altogether, and the streets above are rife with danger. Please, could you help him find him for me? Oh, you will. Bless your heart. If you know my son, he's probably tried to return to our house to the north of Palatium Novum. Try there first before anywhere else. He'll be easy to recognize, I should think, with the color of his hair and all. Who are you? Mother's. Tell him I won't go to the Annie's camp. I'm going home. Stop following me! Seriously? Leave me alone. I'm staying here in the building now. It's bigger and better than the old one. care so much? We're enemies, remember? Why are you trying to help me? How would your mother feel if something happened to you? I don't care what you say. We don't need your help. But Mother's worried. I should go back to the station. I wondered when I would see you again. A paper report my son has returned. Poor creature. Should have seen him. Tourist poured on his pillowcase, crying his apologies to me. I know that you were the one who found him, though he didn't mention a word of it to me. I almost couldn't believe my ears when he said he wouldn't mind moving to your camp. He was dead against it hours ago. What happened, I wonder? What? He was attacked? By a horrid match attack, you say? Goodness, must have been quite a shock to my little man. Thank you for coming to his rescue. There's a solitary lesson to be gained from all this, though one I hope he retains. Do not scold a proffered hand when one is in need, whether it be of friends or foes. Anyway, thank you for finding him. It's not much. Please, I insist. Leave these fiends to my brothers and I. We will raise them to the ground with our most devastating magics. Seriously? you are. As expected, my interview beasts went down without much of a fight. The tempered proved somewhat troublesome, but those chains should keep them under control until our allies take them into custody. That taken care of, I'm to gather a few supplies and return them to the station. While also do that, would you mind surprising Lucy of our progress? So what happens? Some rather pertinent information gathered from our recent scouting forays, but I'll save that for later. First things first. Ah, Sarah. Sarah, I was informed of Quintus's suicide. Must have come as a great shock to his men. What of the refugees? I'm told some of them are receptive for a proposal, but I would hear your first-hand account. That somebody did not hesitate to accept proves how desperate the situation has become. Do our best to make them feel well. The troops that participate in the ambush are no exception. They will be afforded the same treatment as any other refugees. Perfidy notwithstanding. After all, even if I wanted to make an example of them, there's no one left to learn from it. We'll tell our allies that these soldiers are acting under the direct orders of the legates, then following that the suicide duo offered full and unconditional surrender. Perhaps Quintus thought that if he lived, he would be tried as a worker and all his men punished with him. Perhaps by taking his own life, he hoped to absolve them of any culpability. Perhaps, like too many others, he was a true believer to me. Who can say he didn't know the man in his heart? His reasons, noble or otherwise, died with him, fosters relentlessness. I've seen you before. In Tertium, yes? I was part of a first group that transferred here, but someone I'm trying to find. A small boy, red hair. Have you seen him? He's probably still refusing to budge. Oh, my apologies. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Gala, 1st Legion. I'm doing what I can for the refugees, though I'm supposed to one myself. See, I've always tried to help those in need. Some call me a busybody, in fact. Before joining the military as a member of the Vigiles Urbani. It is our duty to keep the citizens safe. We'll have it that hard, though, which is why I'm determined to look after the lad. He's been separated from his parents in the chaos, but won't leave the station without them. Thing is, there's no place for a child at his age to be fending for himself. See the conditions there. He needs food and warmth, which you and yours have been kind enough to offer. I should go back to the station and try persuading him to join a camp. Could I tell you to accompany me? Do him good to see you're not the monsters he probably thinks you are. Thank you. Well then, there's no time left to rest. Well. Now there's a sight for almost art. Never thought I'd have the honor of meeting a hero of your pretty group, let alone beg your aid. So we've got a shipment of supplies to send down to Tapper's Den, and someone who knows the lay of the land by myself will go a long way to ensure it's safe delivery. To defend it myself, I have to carry the bloody thing. Be so kind to escort me. I assure you I'll make it worth your while. Well then, I'll be waiting outside the gates again. You can meet me with her ready, and won't take long. Monsters abound in these parts. I knew you'd have the heart to help us all in need. Sometime since it'll be some time yet before we map the entirety of this vast expanse, such as north as far as the eye can see, unhospitable to even the hardiest explorers. It's a wonder the Guardians survived at all, let alone went on to form their empire. Seeing the Magna Glacius with my own eyes, however, I gained some understanding of their disposition. This is only hearsay, but I've been told that these masses were formed when this Cerulean bursts forth from the earth and comes into contact with the surrounding water, freezing instantly and capturing that moment of violence forevermore. The water mixed in it prevents the Cerulean from being set aflame, so we can't use it as fuel without refinement. The amount of Cerulean you get after all that work is barely worth the trouble. Pure Cerulean was wrested straight from the earth. That's why those rigs you see off in the distance are doing. Oh, so I've heard. Here we are, safe and sound. I couldn't have done it without you, friend. Now what's left is to deliver the goods. Let's enter those caves and get some shelter from these freezing winds, eh? That truck couldn't have been an easy one. Well, with monsters and cold and everything else besides. It ain't worth much, but you have my thanks. Well, the goods have been safely delivered, but I'm afraid one more task to beg of you. Of course, I'd do it myself if I could, but I'm afraid this calls someone with the skills I lack. Now I'll be good to help me again, but seeing as you're already here, maybe you won't mind hear me out. Prediction is correct, should still be around here. His name is Volusus, most known better for his scarlet locks. Considering how reluctant he is to leave, I doubt he'll answer as you can try calling for him. Will you help me not mind helping me a little bit? Who are you? Volusus, we've been looking forever for you. Still refusing to join everyone at the other camp, I see. Not going anywhere, not without Mom and Dad. Don't you see? It's for your own good. I know you. Came here with Euless, didn't you? Please, you gotta listen. Mom and Dad are alive, I know it, they are. No one's saying they aren't. Sorry to burden you, but I have a feeling he'll be more cooperative once he's got this off his chest.